Chris Englehart's got King Kali in this race. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Messi, the magician, sends out for the lead. King Kali flying in style towards the inside. Rio Leve's in the firing line as well. And Burning Money is at the back of the pack and only 3 lengths off the lead. It's flying in style up the backstretch on top by 3 parts of a length. Now a length over King Kali in pursuit in second. Neck back to Rio Leve in third. Messi, the magician, will be widest into the turn in fourth. 4.5 lengths off the lead and a length back to Burning Money, who trails. First quarter mile clicked off in 23 seconds. Less than 3 furlongs to go in the opener. Flying in style leads by 2 lengths. Messi, the magician. King Kali second and third. Rio Leve nudged upon to keep up in fourth. And 3.5 lengths to Burning Money, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And Flying in style comes off the turn, leading by 4 lengths. Messi, the magician. King Kali still second and third. King Kali now grabbing second, but many lengths off the leader, and that leader is Flying in Style, and Flying in Style will not be caught. Flying in Style, the even money favorite, has a lead by 6 lengths. Flying in Style in the opener. King Kali second. Burning Money gets third over. And they're off. Decent start. It's She's a Freud who dashes out for the lead. Honorable Lily, the gray on the outside. Lana Likes Choo Choos races in third, now up into second. Those white blinkers a length and a half off the lead. Then a length and a half back to Grand Lady Indy in fourth. A space of about 4.5 lengths to Diva Banker in second last, and a length to Miss Pab, who brings up the rear. She's a Freud leads this group into the turn, has a lead by a length and a half. Lana Likes Choo Choos and Grand Lady Indy are second and third. Grand Lady Indy with a burst of energy, now a clear-cut second and 2.5 lengths off the lead. Fourth place, Honorable Lily. Then it's Diva Banker, who will be wide around the turn and about 11 lengths off the lead. And 4 lengths back to Miss Pab, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. She's a Freud, the first to face us, comes off the turn, leading by 7 lengths. Grand Lady Indy is a clear-cut second, but way behind She's a Freud. She's a Freud runs to the 16th pole in front, still by 7 lengths. Grand Lady Indy is in second. Late rally for Miss Pab on the outside, but it's a gate-to-wire winner. She's a Freud. Grand Lady Indy second, Miss Pab third, Diva Banker fourth. Daily double, pick 3 wagering. Third race starts a 50-cent pick 4. Post time race 3 in about 24 minutes. And they're off. Hop in the air at the start, Mr. Einstein. Addie Sun's Dream and Co-Conspirator, these two sprint out for the lead. Mad Magic gets off the inside, Pink Blinkers in third, and then a couple lengths back to Mr. Einstein, who go widest around that first turn. Bad trip for him so far. Ring Good saves all the ground towards the inside near the back of the pack, and a length and a half to Pure Elegance, who brings up the rear as they navigate the first turn. Co-Conspirator has strided away to lead by 7 lengths over Addie Sun's Dream. In chase mode second, Mad Magic third, first quarter, 24 seconds. Mr. Einstein 3 wide up the backstretch in fourth, length and a half to Ring Good in second last, and a similar margin to Pure Elegance, who's at the back. They run to the half-mile pole. Co-Conspirator, the lead 6 lengths. Mad Magic has picked up a spot in second. Addie Sun's Dream relegated back to third. Mr. Einstein comes under a ride in fourth. A length and a half back to Ring Good in second last. And Pure Elegance will try and pick his way through traffic at the back of the pack and is out of last at this point in time. On the far turn, Co-Conspirator the opening half in 48 and a fifth, 2.5 furlongs to the winning line. Co-Conspirator's lead's been whittled down to 2.5. Mad Magic gets first crack at that one on the outside. Addie Sun's Dream is right with him. Pure Elegance outside. Red Blinkers in fourth. Ring Goods in fifth as they turn into the home stretch. Co-Conspirator, the lead is reduced to a half length, and Mad Magic now pushes right on by at the furlong marker. Co-Conspirator back in second. Then it's Addie Sun's Dream. Ring Goods on the outside, up into third with a chance to run in the exacta. It's Mad Magic close to home. Mad Magic victorious. Ring Good gets second over Co-Conspirator. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Great start. It's Muzara, one of many, sending out for the lead. Scales of Gold into the two-path. Storm and Sammy's at the fence into second. Muzara relegated back to third. G Munning off the pace today in fourth. Limit Up outside of him in fifth. 2 lengths. Max Foster races in sixth. Father Walsh outside of him in seventh. And Breaking Stones deep on the course at the back of the pack and about 10 lengths off the lead. Entry into the turn. Storm and Sammy has the lead by a half length. Scales of Gold chasing in second. Muzara another rally outside in third. Limit Up. White Blinkers in fourth, passing G Money, who races in fifth. 2.5 lengths back to Max Foster. Then it's Father Walsh. Breaking Stones at the back of the pack and about 8.5 lengths off the lead, but going very, very wide into the stretch there with Father Walsh as they turn into the lane. It's Storm and Sammy the target off the turn, leading by 4. Limit Up tries to reduce the margin in second. Breaking Stones on the grandstand side in third. 16th to go. Storm and Sammy's lead is 2.5. Limit Up, Breaking Stones outside second and third. The finish line's approaching, and Storm and Sammy will get there in front. Close for second between Limit Up and Breaking Stones. G Munning was fourth. Pick 3, $8.41. Fifth race, Finger Lakes. Scratch number 9, Battle Rifle. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfacta, Daily Double, late pick 4. And they're off. Step tardy, Signal Chad. It's Klume from an outside post, trying to cross and clear. Atira flashing early speed in second. Ezra's Jets in third. Angel Slippers, one of the first-time starters in fourth in some tight quarters. 2 lengths to Speed Walking, mid-pack in fifth. Then it's Find Me a Prince and Free Spin Kim, who are in mid-pack. Followed up by Find Me a Prince, and then a few more lengths back to Signal Chat, who's in the ninth in trailing position, already on the turn. It's Klume who has a lead by a neck over Atira second, racing third, Angel Slippers, 3 off the lead. Ezra's Jet, Free Spin Kim, fourth and fifth, 2 lengths back to Speed Walking in sixth, then in seventh, Practically Summer, who's about 8 lengths off the lead. Find Me a Prince in second last, and Signal Chat trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch, and Angel Slippers goes from third up into the lead. Angel Slippers, a first-time starter, spurts clear by 3. Over Klume in second. Speed Walking's outside in third. Then it's Practically Summer. They run to the 16th pole. It's Angel Slippers who's home free. A daughter of Big Brown. Angel Slippers wins at first, asking give Cruz 2 on the card. Photo for second between Speed Walking and Klume. And p.m. to 7 p.m. in the paddock room. It's a pasta dinner to benefit Finger Lakes Thoroughbred Adoption Program. Dinner includes spaghetti, meatball. And they're off. Looks like a perfect start. It's Leslie from an inside post who accelerates out for the front end, playing on Broadway far outside. Barbed Wire Barbie in between horses, up into second. K Road is along the inside in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead, a gap of 2. Drew's Candy races in fifth. Then it's Hip Hop Dancers, a length in front of Rockstar Babe, one of the firsters, and a space of 3 to Serena Fly, who's in the 8th in trailing position. Into the turn they travel. Celeslia and Barbed Wire Barbie. These two feud for the lead. K Road up the inside, saving all the ground. Playing on Broadway will have to circle up wide, a length off the lead. The top 4 are clear by 6. Drew's Candy is tracking in fifth to the outside of Rockstar Babe. Then it's Hip Hop Dancer and Serena Fly as they turn into the home stretch. K Road gets through towards the inside, gets that lead from Celeslia. Playing on Broadway cannot keep up in third, then outside to Drew's Candy in fourth. 16th to go, it's K Road. K Road strides away by 4 lengths over Celeslia. K Road breaks the maiden today. Celeslia second, Drew's Candy third. Playing on Broadway fourth. $5.04 the winning mutual, double $40.98, exacta $11.52, trifecta $29.79. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Walking out of the gate there was Buck Wild, who's last. Iron Man Ira in Revivalism. These two send out for the lead. Socks for Daughters backs off the pace in third. Bourbon Chases outside of him in fourth. And the back 2 markers, Street Cop Officers to the inside of Buck Wild at the back of the pack. About 6.5 from top to bottom as they navigate the first turn. Revivalism setting a sensible pace, has a lead by a length and a half. Iron Man Ira prompting outside in second. Bourbon Chase will try to inject some more early pace into the race in the clear 3 wide third, a length and a half, 2 off the lead, and then a length and a half back to Street Cop Officer to the inside of Socks for Daughters. Buck Wild's at the back of the pack and about 6 lengths off the lead. First quarter was in 24 2/5. Revivalism doling out the fractions up the backstretch has the lead by 2. Iron Man Ira in pursuit in second. Bourbon Chase outside third. The opening half in 48 2/5. Socks for Daughters is on the outside in fourth. Street Cop Officer in some heavy traffic, and Buck Wild passes that one on the outside. Still about 6 lengths from top to bottom as they got 2.5 furlongs to go, and the favorites are first and second, and Bourbon Chase ranging up to the outside of Revivalism, and Bourbon Chase takes over the lead from Revivalism at the quarter pole. Socks for Daughters, Buck Wild outside third and fourth. Street Cop Officers up the inside in fifth as they turn into the home stretch, and it's Bourbon Chase who opens up. Bourbon Chase by a winding 7 lengths. Socks for Daughters passes the fatigued Revivalism. Street Cop Officer up the inside third. In deep stretch, it's Bourbon Chase and the big drop down in class. Bourbon Chase will win by about 3.5. Socks for Daughters second. Street Cop Officer third. Buck the winning mutual, double $6, exact to $12.36. Try $7.89. And they're off. Hop in the air at the start for Gimme Gimme. It's Swift Bank who rushes out for the early lead. Mandalorian fourthly placed in the far outside. Connect the Brox to the outside. A Rag Mama Rag third and fourth. So Spirited towards the inside. Now switches to the outside in fifth. 2 more lengths back to Fast Amendment in second last. And Gimme Gimme's in the seventh and trailing position and about 9 lengths off the lead. 6 furlongs to go. They transition to the backstretch. Swift Banks on the engine has a lead by a length and a half. Mandalorian, the 1-2 favorite, prompting outside second. Connect the Brox towards the inside third. Really nowhere to go for Connect the Brox at this point in time. Then a space of about 3.5 lengths is So Spirited in fourth to the outside of Rag Mama Rag in fifth. Fast Amendment second last. Gimme Gimme at the back and about 10 lengths off the lead. The opening half in 48 1/5. Entry into the far turn. Swift Bank leads by 2 over Mandalorian outside second. Connect the Brox towards the inside third. So Spirited draws closer fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Fast Amendment is in fifth, passing Rag Mama Rag and a few more lengths back to Gimme Gimme who trails. Mandalorian takes over the lead with a quarter of a mile left to travel. Swift Bank is shaken up. Connect the Brox is next, followed up by So Spirited on the grandstand side. Fast Amendment fifth. They have 3/16 to go. Mandalorian has a lead by 3. Connect the Brox outside, challenging second. Fast Amendment switches outside third. Swift Bank fourth, 16th to go. It's Mandalorian who's strong on the front end. Mandalorian, the 1-2 favorite, scores by 4. Connect the Brox second. Third, Fast Amendment, 5 cents, double $6.78, exact to $22. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast, 55 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, we do have a scratch of number 3, Redoubtable Ripken. Number 3, Redoubtable Ripken, a scratch from the opener. Race number 2. Scratch number 4, North Starlight. Number 4, North Starlight, a scratch from the second. Third race. No changes. No changes in race 3. Race number 4. Late work for number 4, Double Shot. Workout took place at Finger Lakes July 3rd. 4 furlongs fast surface, 49.40 breezing. Race 5. Scratch number 6, Short Shift. Short Shift is a scratch from the 5th race. And a jockey change in number 4, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Michael Davila Jr. Michael Davila Jr. on number 4, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Race 6. No changes, race 6. Race 7. Scratch number 2, Magic Beach. Number 2, Magic Beach, out of race number 7. 8th and final. No changes in the 8th and final. Want to remind everyone, New York Derby Day is next Monday here at Finger Lakes. The $150,000 New York Derby featuring the Empire State's top 3-year-olds. Also got the New York Oaks and Leon Reed Stakes on the card. Got that bet and get promotion. Wager $10 to win, place, or show on any Finger Lakes race to receive your $10 back in gaming free play. Racing program is on the house on Derby Day. Got that $3.50 meal deal. Sweegel's hot dog, bag of chips, 20-ounce soda. Additional Sweegel hot dogs, $2. Drafts are just $3. 2026 New York Derby, Monday, July 13th. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
All right, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice, going to go over this Tuesday card. Obviously the excitement is for this Monday. Remember, we got tomorrow live racing as well. And then Monday is a big day of racing here at Finger Lakes. It is our New York Derby Day. We have 3 stakes races. We have the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. That's the sprint for the older boys. Then we have the New York Oaks, which is the female version of the New York Derby. That's for the 3-year-old New York bred fillies. Got a couple good ones in there. Return of that Brad Cox horse, the 10-cent horse that won last time. But the big one really attracted a nice field. Talk about the New York Derby. Man, we got Bravaro for Safi Joseph. It's a nice New York bred. You got Scolios Folly, who has won 4 in a row, including the Mike Lee Stakes. Will that one take a run at the Tin Cup Chalice record, who won all 3 stakes races? But he's been on a roll. That horse has been going through condition and then winning the Mike Lee. That horse is going to be tough. Talk to Me Jimmy, though, his last race, he finished second in the Peter Pan Stakes. One of the better, hoping this race stays together, one of the better New York Derbies that we've had, especially if all 3 of those Class C horses stay in. We'll have a real good one. And keep in mind, you got really top-notch jockeys coming in to ride these horses. Irad Ortiz Jr., I'm sure everybody's familiar with Irad. He'll be aboard Bravaro. Jamie Rodriguez will be back. Remember, Jamie rode here for a while, was leading rider here for a few years. He'll be here. Ricardo Santana, Manny Franco, always a nice guy, and good jockeys. They'll be coming in here to ride for New York Derby Day. We're going to have a lot of fun that day with 3 stakes races on the card, including the $150,000 added New York Derby. Man, should be a good day of racing. I know I'll be busy. First race today, we got pretty good card today. You want to get involved in these pick 5s. Tell you what, these horses that are coming off the layoff really surprised me. Mandalorian obviously had the class, a $425,000 horse for Rachel Sells, came off a 2-year layoff and won like a $425,000 horse at 1-2. Don't see that much horses winning off 2-year layoff. Normally, I'm not going to ever pick those horses, or I would never bet horses off 2-year layoffs, but he just showed how much class he had beating up on those $5,000 claimers. Congratulations to her. The Rachel Sells barn going pretty well. There's another one today. It was a Dana Saul has one that's had one start in 2 years. Never know. I mean, maybe things are changing from handicapping angles here at Finger Lakes. Usually horses you want to go against off layoffs are still getting it done. Well, we'll see if that happens a couple races takes. We do have a couple horses like that. First race, we are going to start off with an 11-9 claimer going 6 furlongs. We do scratch the 3. Redoubtable Ripken. I know it's after Cal Ripken, who had they have like an Ironman record where he just played so many games in a row. He was a good player. Anyway, I'm going to lean towards Nikos in this race. Was claimed for 11-9. Really thought it might be tough for him to step up and beat the allowance horses, but they claimed him at the right level. He's basically an 11-9 type horse. So this is the spot he belongs. He did win at this distance. It was good tactics by Chris Elliott, keeping the speed horse from getting away, but then had a tough time holding off Sweet Tone. Had to do it. I mean, that had to be the tactics that he had to use. This race is different. The pace scenario is going to be interesting in here. Remember, front speed has been pretty good over the last week with the warm weather. Starting to cool off a little bit. I know we're supposed to be in the early 80s today. I don't know if there's a little bit of a chance of rain. Could make it interesting. But the pace scenario, Rockstar Casanova has more route speed than sprint speed. It's not that fast. Ava's Uncle Billy likes to be forwardly placed. Henry's Hope has speed. He likes to be forwardly placed. I thought Henry's Hope might be the speed of the speed. It all depends on if he can clear early. But Nikos could sit in a good spot. And I think with a slight drop, keep in mind that race was an impossible version of the one state bred allowance. Probably the toughest it's come up all year for the boys. You had Sorority Prank. The horse came back to win, moving up to face the 2 state breds, so he's good. Magni went to New York and won, so he's good. Although he couldn't have got better racing luck with all the scratches in the Naira race. And Captain Jack Sparrow is no slouch, so that version of the one state bred just turned out to be extra tough. You got to think, not only is it a slight drop to 11-9, it's a much easier field. So I'm going to lean here. I like the fact he's not the morning line favorite. Maybe you'll get some value. Right now, Henry's Hope's getting the play. Maybe they're anticipating a speed favoring racetrack. I got a kind of handicap for a fair track, and Nico's looks like he's got the edge. Ava's Uncle Billy, yeah, he's coming off a third place finish at this level. What I like about the race is it was his first start off the layoff to run that well. Logic says you should run sharper your second start off the layoff. That's not always true. Some horses just run better fresh. But I do like that fact. He's a well-bred horse that's always run well here, makes a good account of himself, and he likes the 6 furlong distance. At least the only time he ran on it. He ran 6 furlongs, he won. So that's a positive for Ava's Uncle Billy. He would be no surprise to me anyway. Rockstar Casanova, not sure what the tactics are going to be here. He got the lead to win at the 2 Lifetime, but it was an absolutely paceless field that Koa did a good job getting this horse to the front end. He's really not that fast. I don't see him on the lead here, especially cutting back in distance after trying the route. Didn't run badly at all last time. And then he might benefit from the cutback here, going to the route, and then coming back. That's always been a good angle here. I know I've seen Michael S. Ferraro do that with his horses. Send them long for a couple starts and cut them back in distance. It's an old school thing where you usually you send the horse when you do that. At least that used to be a training method where they blow them out going long, they used to call it. You should have certainly some endurance in this spot. But I'm going to go with the 4, 2, and 1 in race number 1. Maybe the slight drop for Nikos could get his horse to the winner's circle. Second race. Somebody's going to win race number 2. Transact set the record. When was that? I know I wasn't here. 1994? Mile in a minute 36. I don't think anybody's been close to that here at Finger Lakes, and I sure don't think they're going to be close to that here. They're not going to run under 140 in this race. And it's just, the other thing is the pace scenario. You got horses stretching out who can't even hit the board going short. But the pace scenario is going to matter. Houdini's Bride has shown some speed going long. Maybe she holds the rail. My Gorgeous has enough tactical speed that maybe she'll be okay. She tried going long last time, but at least that was against maiden special weights. Yeah, the one thing you say about My Gorgeous, she's in the proper spot today where she's just been totally misspotted the last few starts. You got to give her a chance. Secord, she's been going the wrong direction, but I do think that horse wants to go long. Hard to tell. Can't find her with a telescope lately. Touchy Subject actually didn't look bad last race. Maybe looked erratic. I think her issue might be more mental than whether she can run or not. She got off a step slow last time, but looked like a horse that wanted to go longer. I still worry about her behavior more than anything. At least Imagine If showed some signs of life in her second start. I mean, I say that, but maybe she just caught that weaker field and ran the same race. Could be that the stretch out in distance could be enough. I always say the route races are easier than the sprints in general. If you can hit the board in the sprint against maidens at the same level, you can win going long. Not always the case. Sometimes you'll get a good horse going long. But she just kind of hung around. Again, it was a weaker race. I mean, she's probably a length and a half behind Crystal, who's a lifetime maiden. So it's not like the performance was that good. They went 108. I just think going long in her third career start might be good enough to beat these horses. You got a jockey that's going pretty well. Again, it's a 15 buyer. A 15 buyer might win this race, though. Who knows? But yeah, Houdini's Pride might be the inside speed. They tried her on the turf. Her best race was in the mud, so maybe she can, as they say in the racing industry, the horse is doing a rain dance. Maybe that's what she's doing here, because it looks like she wants an off track. At least her only good race, or best race, was on the off track. If she runs that race that she ran in New York in the mud, she'll win. And it was probably a sign of desperation taking her to Presque Isle last time, and it still didn't work out. At least she's got an even easier field here. My Gorgeous, just using her on the drop-in class. And she's got the best number for the distance. She'd be no surprise. How about the old 1-2-3? We'll go 3-1-2 in race number 2. Kind of like, you play the harness horses. The time of that race will probably be like a harness time. They do about 2 minutes for the mile. I'm just kidding. It won't be that slow. Even I say that's just my opinion. Even our slow races are still better than harness races. Third race, the maiden race, goes 5.5 furlongs. This is another tricky race. You got Matt Schnell, who came in here, and it looked like he was in a race he could win. I know that Barrow horse ended up being better than him anyway. But he's scratched already out of a race this year. They're going to try taking the blinkers off. I don't know if the equipment matters. He's just got to run his best race. If he runs his best race, he's going to beat these. A real questionable field for a maiden special weight here in race number 3. I think he just sends from the rail, gets the lead, and just doesn't look back. You don't have any horses that are going to pass anybody in here. And you got the rail. I could see Ray Lou doing that. Take the blinkers off, send the horse from the rail, and just win the race. Inside speed is still pretty good yesterday. Why not? Got him on top. And he's not even the morning line favorite. The Concrete Kid, who's a little dressed up from coming out of a really bad race, is the one that's going to be the favorite, it looks like, at 5-2 morning line. But doesn't have the numbers to win, and that race, probably Flattery. Will never get that easy of field to win. Probably Flattery wouldn't win this race. That was kind of my knock at Concrete Kid, but he could always improve off of that race. He was way over bet. Probably Flattery looked like the winner of that race. The 5 Propitious, the first career start, broke badly, was bet down to be the favorite. That's a positive sign in its own right when you're a first-time starter and you end up the favorite at odds of 4-5. You think they like this horse? Well, that's happened sometimes in maiden races. Sometimes that happens. They break badly and out of it. Yeah, just never really got into the race on an off track last time. Chased wide and faded. I think he's better than these horses. Most of them anyway. Matt Schnell is the wild card. But Propitious off of his first start should be awfully tough if he could repeat that effort with a better break. He could win here. I could see it. An interesting long shot in here, and you don't want to overlook this horse. He's only had one career start. Talking about Barracuda Bobby. That's after the 70s song. Didn't break all that sharp. Ended up finishing 4th in his debut. They said that was his only start last year as a 4-year-old. He's only making his second start, and he's a 5-year-old gelding. Not necessarily something you could really promote, but I like the breeding on the horse, at least on the dam side. This one is a half to Miss Jimmy, who's a really good one here at Finger Lakes. I think it was Bruce Anderson that had that horse for a while. And Fast Fran was the other half. You know how good Fast Fran was. Usually ran in cheaper races and starters, but Fast Fran was as consistent as they come. You leave that horse alone on the lead, she wins. So some good breeding for Barracuda Bobby. Obviously not much activity for Barracuda Bobby as a 5-year-old only making his second start. But that's been the trend lately. Horses off layoffs, horses 5-year-olds. I don't know. I'm going to go with him third. Just because I think Concrete Kid, the favorite, is a little dressed up in here. He's obviously a player, but his first 3 career starts didn't do so well. He actually went into an older maiden race. You think that's usually tougher, but the race did come up pretty soft with all the scratches in there. Still plays, especially if he's able to make the lead, but I was expecting Max Schnell to send from the rail. Interesting race 3. You get a couple firsters from the Music Man here, Brent Bond. By the way, you got to hear Brent sing. He's a one-man band. He goes around and sings in some of the local establishments. He did our national anthem on Memorial Day. He's got two of them in here. You didn't see real quick works on these horses, but you never know. It's not the strongest of races for the level. Okay, late pick fives. Usually the best play is the late pick five. It's a 5,000 claimer, non-winners of 2 races since the date, or never won 4 races. I do like how Mayhem in the Palace drew away from the field last time. Again, maybe he liked the off track, but the thing is, he was 0 for 4 previously on it, so I don't think the track mattered. The fact that he didn't break all that sharp and still just completely disposed of that field makes me think that this horse can come right back. I'm surprised he's coming back for 5 after that performance. You hike him up a little bit. But why not? He's a Florida bred, looking for 2 in a row. Good chance to do so. Pace scenario is a little bit of a question. They've been sending almond cider lately, and when you have success sending, the connections tend to send a lot, and I think it worked. They showed a little more speed last time with a more aggressive ride by Pena, so I think that's been the tactics or the game plan, and it might work here. There isn't a lot of speed in here, and he ran his best race last time, sending on the front end at odds of 40 to 1, still ran third against these horses. I'm just wondering, as far as the pace scenario, if Aries Magic does try to go with that horse. I mean, look at Super is sharp right now. Ran second despite a bad start last time, behind his stablemate. You know, when Murph wins, he usually runs 1-2. But look at Super is as consistent as they come when you're looking at these bottom claiming races. Horse figures to be right there and could win. Double Shot drops in class, second start off the layoff. The race did fall apart, so again, I use that term dressed up, and that's kind of what happened. He's just passing tiring horses because the pace collapsed. Of course, the winner, Nutsy, is a closer, so that just shows you. But he's faced better throughout his career. So going back to 5,000, you look at the last time this horse ran for 5,000, I think it was a 2 and 6 months condition, he won. So he's generally in his career been better than 5,000. I think the drop makes you think that this horse plays, but he's always at the mercy of the pace because he just has no early speed and he's a deep closer. So we'll throw Double Shot in for 4th. I don't drink anymore. I don't even think I could do a Double Shot. At least get up and walk around after a Double Shot. I don't know. I thought it was a big scratch in the 5th race. Changes everything with the scratch of the 6th short shift. That leaves I Know You Ain't Talking to Me as the speed, unless our mutter pickle decides to send from the rail. But I couldn't believe the price on ZN, and I tried to tell people, this is a filly going against older boys. What are you guys doing playing this horse? She's in an impossible spot. She actually ran pretty well to be 3rd. It was kind of a weaker boys race for the 30,000 level, but still it was male competition. How is she the favorite? I don't even understand that. Sometimes you got to notice them, and that's the great thing about the horse racing game. If you do your homework and pay attention to the details, the general public probably didn't notice that she was a filly against the boys. They're just seeing the class level, that she ran in the Arctic Queen and won the Niagara Stakes for 3-year-old fillies. Hey, let's bet her today. So you pay attention, you come up with a horse like Papa's Prince at 4 to 1. Papa's Prince ended up 4 to 1. Should have been the favorite in there. So that's where you get the value. Just simple ignorance of the players in a race. I don't want to use that word. I'm just saying simple, just not looking at the main issues of the race. I'm trying to reword that, say it in a nice way. That you could come up with some value, and that was the case that race, value on Papa's Prince. who's no slouch. But with that said, Z End actually ran big enough that she was right there against male competition. So this could be considered a drop, especially after she ran against Queen's Cat. Yeah, Queen's Cat is going to win that race at Saratoga one of these days. But Z End against girls, against easier girls today, she's the horse to beat. No excuses today. But P. Muddle Pickle. What is it? Wait a minute. Let me say this right. P. Mutter Pickle. She's simply been facing tougher competition. Ran in the Critical Eye Stakes going long. I thought the question was the distance for P. Mutter Pickle. I'm not going to be able to. They named this horse that just to mess with me. She is 2 for 2 at the distance. I will say that. I still don't think the 6 furlongs is her best distance. She likes a little further. Seems like a mile is right in this horse's wheelhouse. But with that said, it is easier competition. She's got tactical speed from the rail that if she outbreaks I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, maybe she can hold the rail and hold off Z End, who looks to be the main threat. Shahana, she's going to have to run better than she did last time to win, but she did win off the layoff. She was supposed to win that race, though. It was an easier field. I think she plays either between, I think I Know You Ain't Talking to Me has a long shot chance to be third if she's able to make the lead. If she doesn't make the lead, forget it. Missing Fortune's another interesting one. The only knock I had on Missing Fortune, who definitely has the numbers and the skill to beat these horses, is she's had one start in 2 years. We only had Mandalorian yesterday winning off a 2-year layoff. Maybe Missing Fortune, her only start actually in the 2 years was in a stakes race. So they do think highly of her. Dana Saul's been very good this year, winning at a high percentage. And Missing Fortune does show a bullet work. So if she can run off the layoff to her prior form, she can win here. She does have speed to be close. Maybe she can take over the lead at some point in this race and get first run on Z End. Good 5th race. Z End, of course, deserves the respect as being horse of the year. She was the best in her division, obviously, as a 3-year-old filly. Obviously, much the best in her division as a 3-year-old filly last year, winning the Niagara Stakes. Hey, congratulations to the connections. And I think she's got a good chance to win today. Surprised Ron and Deborah Breed don't have a horse in for the Leon Reed Memorial. It'll be probably the first year that they don't win the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. So you have the Jack and Bernie, My Golden Guy, or whatever her name is, and who was it, going back to Breaking the Fever? Remember that one? The Leon Reed, we're going to rename it the Deborah Breed Stakes. 6th race goes a mile, an 11-9 claimer, never won 3 condition. The big thing with this race is there is a true lack of pace going the mile distance. And, mile, you do want it with those tight corners around that first turn. Doesn't hurt to be an inside speed horse to cut the corner while everybody goes wide. With the 2-turn miles like we have here at Finger Lakes, it's always an advantage. Renaissance Man get the lead? It can Bolt to Run get the lead? Or can Rockstar Rebel get the lead, stretching out of some sprint races? But you look at his route, he really didn't show much speed when he did stretch out before. So I'm not so sure he's going to get the lead. But one thing I do know about Rockstar Rebel, he's dropping in class. This should be a much easier field than the 3 lifetime sprint he comes out of last time against allowance foes. I mean, you got Sir Cartwright, who's a pretty good horse. It was a great claim by the Tassos. Lord King and Cast a Coin are no slouches in that race either. Any of those horses would be favored against this field, and it's not like he's that badly beaten and he was off the layoff. So second start off the layoff, as long as he's fit enough with the 1 race under his belt, he should be awfully tough in here. He should be forwardly placed with a lack of pace in this race. St. James, I got a long shot for second. Just tried to close in another paceless race. Unfortunately for St. James, it's the same type of race. But it's second time going long, third start off the layoff, the barn is going good, and if a pace does develop, remember, Rockstar Casanova had an easy lead in a slow pace that day. I think he actually, the way this pace flow goes, I don't really see him as that far back. He's probably going to get pulled into the race, but he's still going to have nothing to close on. Now you got Evander Keen and Renaissance Man. Evander Keen does drop in class, as well as Rockstar Rebel. But he's coming out of route races. His stablemate seems like Destiny, Lone Speed gone on the front end. Got to give him that one. I don't think that last race was that tough, though. For an allowance race, it was much easier. So he should have run better than what he did in that race. And that's probably why the connections are dropping him, because he didn't run as well. But he should run better in this spot, especially if he runs anything like his Turf Paradise races. They're not going to beat him. It's a lot of ifs, though. His two starts here haven't been that good. Renaissance Man, dangerous if he's up there on the front line. Keeps getting better. His number last race is good enough to be competitive here, and he did draw away from that $5,000 field. But I got to give my ex-co-host a lot of credit for that as well. She couldn't have rode the horse any better and moved at the right time, which kind of bottomed out the field, where you take over from the tiring speed horses and you make that move at the right time, you get going before the closers get moving. What happens? You win by multiple lengths. But he could be just getting better too. 4-5-2-3 in the sixth. I mean, Caitlin Gutterson has done a great job with Renaissance Man, who you couldn't find with a telescope last year. Today, or this year, he's won at a big price 2 races in a row. You know what my buddy Mailmon says? Of course, I haven't seen Rodney in about 20 years, it seems like. He says, if you weren't there for the wedding, you don't want to be there when they lose. For the divorce, I guess you'd call it. And this horse has been a good price 2 races in a row. Probably got lucky with the DQ. He wasn't going to win that day, but last race was not lucky. He was definitely the best. Okay, 7th race, an allowance race, going a mile and a 16th. Man, this race came up pretty salty. And that was one of the things I was going to say about Monday. Because of these horses coming in from New York and the top trainers and stuff for these stakes races, our allowance and maiden special weight races on Monday came up really salty. I would say that's the best card. If it holds together, Monday's card is the best card we've had here at Finger Lakes in a long time. At least this year, definitely this year. I really like the card. Couldn't tell. Scratch the 2 Magic Beach. It does play a factor because he's a speed type. Don't think he'd factor as far as winning the race, but we're going a mile and a 16th here. Remember, that's the same distance as the Derby and Oaks on Monday. Yeah, you can't discount Love Coin from Miguel Clement. He won with a 3-year-old off of a layoff. Was it last week? Going long, and that horse is very well bred by Hard Spun. But I thought numbers-wise, and I'm an Into Mischief fan, so Valentinian with Into Mischief is going to be my top choice. He did run 3rd in a stakes race already on an off track, but he's been running in some tough optional claiming allowance races in New York. Now, you do get a lot of state breds in there who are going through conditions, but waters get deeper as you go through conditions in New York. It's almost like a step back with one other than versus our 2 lifetimes. I mean, they have multiple winners still eligible for their one other thans, while this straight 2 lifetime is so much easier. It's here at Finger Lakes, and he ran good last time, running 3rd. It's almost like a drop in class. It is a drop in class. My only knock on Valentinian is it seems like he runs better on an off track, and he may not get that today. Even more reason to like him if it's off, but comes out of better races. Yeah, Love Coin, how good is he? He's only made 2 starts. Broke his maiden first asking, so you know he can win off a layoff, because that is a layoff. That's a lifetime layoff. The Dam is a half to a couple multiple stakes winners, including Pentelis. This one is a have to listen to your heart. Not sure who sings that. Won the 2019 Aspirin Stakes. I'll have to ask my friend Panman upstairs. He's into those 80s ballads, so I think he'll know who. He's a big 80s ballads guy. Probability, I'll use for third for Amelia Green. I think she's got a horse at one of the stakes races tomorrow. Good trainer. I'm just looking at the breeding on this horse. You got a Curlin mare. The mare is unraced, but this one costs $300,000 a yearling. Actually resold this year at auction for $105,000. That's still a lot of money. Broke his maiden against maiden special weights, going a mile. I still think a little questionable at the distance going this far, but against these horses at Finger Lakes, if he runs back to as sharp as he was in that maiden victory, he's an obvious contender. Gallant 1 will be a first-time gelding, I believe, in this race. Not so gallant anymore, but he broke his maiden in first asking against 40,000 maiden claimers. Now, he had no shot last time, but they thought enough of him to at least try him in the Maid of the Mist Stakes. Taking a shot. Can't blame him for taking a shot in the New York bred stake. And speaking of Scully, I think that horse is in the New York Derby, the horse that won the race. But I would think that Gallant 1's going to be tough in here if he runs back to the maiden win. And first-time gelding in the past has been a good angle here at Finger Lakes. Really salty, 2 lifetime allowance race. Pretty good feature as well for this Tuesday card. All right, we're going to close with a $5,000 claiming race going 5.5 furlongs. Also a never won 2 condition. Just look at the breeding on the Linda Rice trainee. She's clearly for sale. I didn't see if they claimed that Mandalorian horse yesterday. I don't know. Kind of a scary claim if the horse hasn't run. But McLean's Music with Stormy Atlantic on the dam side, I have a hunch that this horse is going to be claimed today. Then I have a hunch that she can win the last race. She's dropping to 5. Unless she regresses, she is going to win. But that's the issue. Sometimes these horses do regress. As they're sent here, she's sent against allowance horses. They tried 11. Trying 5. They gave up on the horse today, but she can win. In the right spot to win. I thought the main threat is T.D. McGee, who also drops in class. She finished off the board in her last race, but she finished a good 4th when she ran for 11-9 when she ran 6 furlongs. I'm a little concerned that maybe 3/4 could be a better distance, and with that said. But she is 1 for 12 in her career, and again, the one win was, I believe, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, I think it was against the 11-9s going 3/4. So she might be a little better with her running style going 6 furlongs. She's a 1-run horse, so if they ride her like that, and Emmanuel knows this horse, at 5,000 she can win. Certainly see it. Sugar Ride will come off Lasix after being claimed last time. Interesting move. She's only run Lasix the last 2 starts and hasn't ran as well, so maybe Ronnie Breed sees something with that because she hasn't run as well the last 2 starts. Maybe take her off the medication. I would try taking her off the blinkers too. I guess if the Lasix doesn't work, maybe, but she was hanging a little bit without the blinkers before too. So I don't know if it's the equipment or maybe it is the medication taking her off Lasix, because one logic is she finished off the board her last 2 starts, and that's the first couple times she's finished off the board in a while. And what was the difference? Well, she was running with Lasix. I guess it makes sense, and maybe we'll see if the medication change helps. Meritude is coming off a maiden victory. I guess they're a little easier maidens at Fort Erie at that level, but she's been close in those maiden claiming races the last few starts since dropping, and she's got some better, I don't know if she ran as well, but at least classier races in her past at Oaklawn. So maybe she could step up, and if she likes the track, likes the surface, and likes her surroundings, she could run pretty well in today's finale. Those are my picks for today's races. Good luck with yours. Remember, we got the two pick fives, one starting in the first, and they got another one starting in the fourth. They seem to be the best wagers here. We continue live racing Monday through Wednesday. Next racing day tomorrow. And then Monday is our big day. We do have a hot dog special with hot dog chips and a drink for $3.50. You want to check that out? I think they do that exchange play where you bet win, play, show, and then you get casino credit. But the big thing is the three stakes races. Three really nice stakes races, including the $150,000 plus New York Derby. Hope you join us on Monday. I'm certainly going to enjoy it. But next live day, hope you join us again tomorrow with the 12:55 first post. I'll see you then.
Horses are coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 3. Number 1 is Rockstar Casanova and Cabercoa aboard. Number 2, Ava's Uncle Billy and Andre Worry. Number 4 is Nikos, Jose Baez up. Number 5, Last Drink, Jeremias Flores. And rounding out the field, number 6, Henry's Hope, Nazario Alvarado calling the shots. Track is fast here at Finger Lakes. First race in approximately 3 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. First race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5 to go 6 furlongs. Claimers non-winners of 3. 9 to 5 on the 4, Nikos. 2 to 1 on both the 1, Rockstar Casanova, and number 2, Ava's Uncle Billy. Nikos going up. Last Drink. And Henry's Hope. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Hop in the air at the start. Ava's Uncle Billy. It's Henry's Hope who accelerates out for the front end. Nikos forwardly placed to the outside of Rockstar Casanova, who's off the pace today. Last Drink is 3 wide off the backstretch in 4th, 3 off the lead, and a length and a half to the slow starting Ava's Uncle Billy in the 5th and trailing position. They pass the half-mile pole. Henry's Hope winning on the front end has the lead by 3. Over Nikos and Rockstar Casanova chasing 2nd and 3rd. Last Drink in the clear, 3 wide 4th, and 3 parts of a length to Ava's Uncle Billy. First quarter mile is in 22 2/5. Good pace in the front end, being set by Henry's Hope with 2.5 furlongs to go. The lead is 2 lengths. Nikos, the nearest pursuer, 2nd. Rockstar Casanova, ground-saving 3rd. Ava's Uncle Billy shaken up in 4th, and Last Drink has dropped out of it. As they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's Henry's Hope the first to face us. Nikos comes to engage on the outside. Rockstar Casanova attempts to probe throughout the fence, and Ava's Uncle Billy's on the outside, a length and a half off the lead. Now up into 2nd is that one. 16th to go. Nikos on top by a length over Ava's Uncle Billy, who's chasing on the outside, but it's Nikos. Nikos victorious to the opener. Ava's Uncle Billy 2nd, Rockstar Casanova 3rd, Henry's Hope 4th. Four, 2, 1, 6 in the opener at Finger Lakes. 6 furlongs, 112.22. In the winner's circle, number 4, Nikos. New York bred 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Jovia out of On the Hop. Peter Pop Racing owns. Dana Saul trains. Jose Baez, the winning jockey. Fazio Stables, bred Nikos. 570 the winning mutual, exacta $13.82. Trifecta $6.15. Time super $2.29. And a couple claims from the first race. Number 1, Rockstar Casanova, Michael Foster, new owner. Dana Saul, new trainer. And the 4, Nikos claim, Ralph D'Alessandro, owner trainer. Second race at Finger Lakes, stretch number 4, North Starlight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in about 20 minutes at 1:25 p.m. Make your plans to be here on Monday, July 27th for our first free handicapping challenge of the season. Winner will take home $1,000 in cash. Top 3 finishers receive prize money. The contest challenge consists of races 1 through 8 from Finger Lakes. And you got to be an Ember Rewards member to participate. That's our new rewards program. Used to be Lucky North. Now it's Ember Rewards. Don't miss it. Monday, July 27th. Handicapping challenge at Finger Lakes.
All right, get ready for race number 2. It looked like a 2-horse race on paper, turned out to be a 2-horse race. And yeah, I was Uncle Billy, probably compromised by a slow start, or that one might have won the race. But it was between those two. But today was Nikos Jose Baez for Dana Saul. Barnes been winning a pretty high percentage all season long. Congratulations to them taking the opener. Second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer, going a mile. This for fillies and mares. Somebody is going to win race number 2. Well, you got a couple horses stretching out. You got My Gorgeous dropping in class, going the same distance. Imagine If has had 2 starts. She's stretching out for the first time. She comes out of a slow race, but wouldn't expect this horse to be that, or this race to be that quick either. Started off her career in the slop, didn't show much in there. I don't know if it was a case of her running better last time or just an easier field last time, but they did go slower in 108 and change than her debut, and they went 107 and change. She's got decent numbers for the distance, and at least she did show signs of life running third in that race. All a matter of how fast she can run the mile. I wouldn't expect them to do much faster than a minute 40, minute 41 in here, maybe even slower. The one, Houdini's Bride, yeah, she, her last race is better than it looks, but of course, it looked like they were getting a little desperate trying her at Presque Isle after a really poor effort against the 5,000s in a sprint her last time here. She does maybe have a chance to make the lead in this paceless field from that rail position. Somebody's got to. It's either her or My Gorgeous showed speed last time, but in 49. So give her a chance. At least she's going to be a route on dirt this time. She hasn't done that. It's one thing she hasn't done here. A route on dirt at Finger Lakes. Put all the 3 together. Maybe that could be the key to victory. My Gorgeous, she was running primarily on the turf. The positive about that is she isn't really that strongly bred for the turf. So going to the dirt, not that big of a deal. Stretching out, not that big a deal. She's just not that fast. She's got a good number for the distance, a 362 Tomlinson. So she stays at the mile, which should be a good distance for her. She's by Mineshaft, and she's just faced much tougher. The drop in class might be good enough to put her in the winner's circle, but her last couple races have been so bad, it's hard to gauge how good she actually is. Just know it's a lot slower field. Secord should benefit from the extra distance. It's got to benefit from something. Touchy Subject's only making her second start. She's got some room to improve. She looked a little bit green her first start. She didn't break all that well, but she does look a little bit bigger horse, like she might enjoy some extra yardage, but she's going to have to break better than what she did last time. So that's actually all the horses for race number 2. Good luck with your picks. Mine are 3, 1, 2. Exactitry Super Daily Double also available. Again, we scratched the 4, North Starlight.
Horses coming on the track for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Houdini's Bride and Jackie Davis. Number 2 is My Gorgeous and Luis Pena. Number 3, Imagine If, Caber Coa. Number 5 is Secord and Chris Russell. Number 6, Touchy Subject, Juan Diaz. Late overweight in the second race. The 6 is 5 over. Also, we have a scratch of the third race we're announcing for the first time. Third race, scratch number 5, Propitious. Third race, scratch number 5, Propitious. That is the late scratch we're announcing for the first time. Approaching the gate. And the horses have made their way to the starting gate. Race 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 fillies and mares to go a mile. Maiden claimers. 9 to 5 on both 1 Houdini's Bride and number 3 Imagine If. Secord goes in. Touchy Subject to the outside. They're all on the gate. And they're off. It's Imagine If who wins the break and bounds out for the front end. My Gorgeous towards the rail. Touchy Subject 3 wide are all contending for the top spot. Houdini's Bride is behind horses in 4th, and Secord is at the back of the pack and about 3.5 lengths off the lead. As they circle around the first turn, it's My Gorgeous calling the shots in the front end, has the lead by 3/4 of a length. Touchy Subject in no hurry on the outside second. Imagine If, tugging a little bit at the jockey, goes from third up into a joint second. It's Houdini's Bride is towards the inside and second last, and a half length to Secord who trails. First quarter mile is in 24 3/5 up the backstretch. My Gorgeous continues to lead. The lead's 3/4 of a length. Imagine If has now clear running room in the second spot. Houdini's Bride is towards the inside third. Touchy Subject dropping off the pace now suddenly, and Secord is inside of her. The half was in 49 2/5, 3 furlongs from the winning line. My Gorgeous, Imagine If, and Houdini's Bride across the track, and Houdini's Bride with a decisive move goes from third up into the lead and opens up by a couple lengths. Imagine If and My Gorgeous left in the wake of Houdini's Bride on the turn, and then many lengths back to Secord in 4th. They got 3/16 to go, and it seems like it's over here. Houdini's Bride widens the lead to 10 lengths. My Gorgeous is in second. Imagine If outside third. Secord 4th. This was a 1 filly race, and Houdini's Bride, the mare, crushes the competition. My Gorgeous, second. Secord third. 4th, Imagine If. One, two, 5, 3. Number 1, Houdini's Bride first. Time for the mile, 141.28. Race 2 official, $5.10 the winning mutual. Dime Super, $3.15. Double, $18.84. Exacta, $12.02. Trifecta, $11.03. Back to the winner's circle. Number 1, Houdini's Bride. New York bred, 5-year-old bay mare by Good Magic out of Mighty Fine. Michael Foster, the owner. Rachel Sells, the trainer. Jackie Davis, the winning jockey. Sequel Thoroughbreds, Valerie Daly, and Truly Thoroughbreds Incorporated, bred Houdini's Bride. Race 3 from Finger Lakes, late scratch of the 5, Propitious. That's a late scratch in this third race, the number 5, Propitious. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Post time race number 3 in about 19 minutes at 1:54 p.m.
horse in the paddock for race number 3, and yeah, no doubt about that winner. Houdini's Bride, Jackie Davis aboard for trainer Rachel Sells, dominated in race number 2. As I said, that barn's going pretty well, and that'll start off a pick 3 with that horse. Somebody had to win, but man, that wasn't even close. Third race, maiden event, going 5.5 furlongs, starts the pick 4. Tricky race, and I think the first one you look at is Match Snell. On paper, looks awfully tough, but there are some question marks with this horse because he hasn't had a race here. He already was entered and scratched a few weeks ago. They'll take the blinkers off. Did run without the blinkers before and ran pretty decently, probably pretty much the same with or without the blinkers. But the easier competition here should be the key for Mach Schnell, who just didn't fire at all when last seen in New York. But if you throw out the last race for this horse, he could be awfully tough as the inside speed of the race. The 5-horse Propitious did become a late scratch. That was my second choice, but that was a late scratch. If you had already played the pick 5, you will get the post-time favorite, whoever that may be, because I'm sure a lot of people played Propitious because the horse looked awfully live in there. The 3-horse Barracuda Bobby was my third choice, and we'll move up to my second choice in here. 30-1 in his debut, but the horse is well bred. We see a lot of the Smart Eyes, Midas Eyes. I think Oscar Barrera was the one who used to have those. Also, Bruce Anderson had a bunch of those horses from that breeding, but including Miss Jimmy. This was a half to Miss Jimmy, who was a pretty good one for Bruce Anderson. That one had won a stakes race. Fast Fran is the other half to this one. Good early speed, so maybe we'll see some extra speed from Barracuda Bobby. He outran his odds to be 4th in his debut despite the bad break. It might be overlooked in here again because it is his first start of the year. But he's got the talent to be right there. Barracuda or Concrete Kid would be now move up to my third choice, the 6-horse. He was a beaten favorite last time, but it was a much easier race. That's why he was the favorite off of his. You just look at his form; wasn't that good going into the race. So the fact that he was the favorite kind of tells you that it wasn't that strong of a race. And probably Flattery, who was like 1 for 20 something, was the one that ended up winning the race. So tougher task today with Matt Schnell and Barracuda Bobby in there. I was going to say with Propitious as well. He was kind of up against it. But now he's the favorite based on the last race. But keep in mind, that was an easier race, so he is a little bit dressed up. But definitely a contender, as at least he showed some signs of life in there. So that's a few of the contenders for race number 3. We start the midday pick 4, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double, also available here.
Coming on the track, race number 3 from Finger Lakes, scratch the 5. Number 1 is Mock Schnell and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 2 is King Silky Melky and Luis Pena. Number 3 is Barracuda Bobby. Joel Cruz aboard. Number 4 is Keely Bug. Chris Russell, the jockey. And number 6, Concrete Kid, Oscar Gomez and the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race 3 from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 to go 5.5. 3 to 5, number 1, Mock Schnell. 8 to 5, number 6, Concrete Kid. Barracuda Bobby, the first to go up. King Silky Melky. Keely Bug. Concrete Kid to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Concrete Kid who goes out for the front end, but Mock Schnell has more early speed and gets that lead. Keely Bug splitting rivals from third up into a joint second, now a second by ahead over Concrete Kid, as it's King Silky Melky who advances up the inside from fourth up into a joint second. And Barracuda Bobby broke well, but now is at the back of the pack and 4.5 lengths off the lead. It's Mock Schnell, the 1-9 favorite, who has a lead by a length and a half. Concrete Kid makes a bid on the outside. Second, Keely Bug towards the inside. In third, Barracuda Bobby sweeps up to the outside, up into third, 2.5 lengths off the lead. And now King Silky Melky is at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And it's Mock Schnell who cuts the corner, comes off the turn, leading by 3.5 lengths. Concrete Kid is all out in second. And then it's Barracuda Bobby stands side third, 1 furlong to go. Mock Schnell's lead is a length over Concrete Kid outside second. Deep stretch, Mock Schnell and Concrete Kid. Mock Schnell, Concrete Kid, Mock Schnell defeats Concrete Kid. Barracuda Bobby third. King Silky Melky fourth. One, 6, 3, 2. Number 1, Mock Schnell first. In the winner's circle, number 1, Mock Schnell. 6 career start, a winning one. New York bred, 3-year-old dark brown gelding by Army Mule out of Tickle Bunny. Gerald Thornton, the owner. Jeremiah Engelhardt, the trainer. Ray Lou Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Gerald Thornton, also the breeder. $2.38 the winning mutual, double $8.62, exacta $4.30, try $1.94, dime super 81 cents. Fourth race, Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time, race 4 in 21 minutes at 2:24 p.m.
in the paddock for race number 4, and it got interesting. Max Snell looked like he was getting a little tired late, as Concrete Kid was trying to put a run in, but at odds of 1-9. I think everything from that barn, they're either 1-9 or 10 to. If they're not getting bet, you don't play them. Ray Lugateras for Jeremiah Engelhart. They touting that horse out in his boys at Saratoga. 4th race, 5,000 claimer. Now wears a 2 sets a date or never won 4 races. Goes a distance of 6 furlongs. Going to start off with 3 Mayhem at the Palace. Was an easier field than the 1 in 6 months, but he won the race so easily in 112 and change. You got to think that he's got a good chance to come back. Now, he did lose to Looking Super, but he had trouble in that race the race before. He had the poor start and then was still making up the ground at the late. He doesn't have much for early speed, and there isn't a lot of speed in here. I guess that would be the one knock for Mayhem at the Palace. Would expect, even though Almond Cider's not that fast, they've been more aggressive with him, that he's probably going to be the one that'll show speed in here. But I was impressed by Mayhem at the Palace last race. He might be just on the improve and going good right now that he could come right back. Look at Super was the one who defeated him when he had the trouble. And Look at Super didn't have that great of a trip either. He came back and ran a good second to his stablemate Paint the Line. There wasn't a lot of speed in there, so he ran well. He's a logical horse, at least to hit the board. He's getting play of 5-2. Double Shot, another closer. It's just hard to like the speed in here. I mean, Aries Magic's hard to have a lot of faith in him anymore. Almond Cider isn't good enough to beat this field, but he's going to have some tactical speed. So Double Shot's going to be the one that's probably the most against it and the most needing the pace up front. And he does come out of a race where it did fall apart, and he ran a good third. But if this pace does come back, look for Double Shot to be closing late, and he should be a lot sharper second start off the layoff. And Aries Magic may have a little bit of a tactical edge on some of these because Almond Cider is the only other speed, and he should have first run on the other ones. Once he puts that one away, he could take over before the closers get going, and that'll be his advantage, even though his last race doesn't look like he's as good as Look at Super and Mayhem at the Palace. He's capable, and you look at his back class. If you could forgive the last effort for Aries Magic, you could certainly use him today with a little bit of a tactical edge, being the only 2 speeds on the outside. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 5 starts with race number 4. Good luck.
Horses coming on the track. 4th race at Finger Lakes. Number 1, 7th race Shake and Nasario Alvarado. Number 2 is Lookin' Super and Michael Davila Jr. Number 3, Mayhem in the Palace and Oscar Gomez. Number 4, Double Shot, Joel Cruz. Number 5, Almond Cider, Luis Pena. And number 6, Ari's Magic and Andre Worry. Post time in just a few. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. Claimers, condition claiming race. 6 to 5 on number 3, Mayhem in the Palace. Mayhem in the Palace going up and in, double shot. Then after that, Almond Cider and Ari's Magic. Riders off, 7th race shake. Late scratch, scratch number 1, 7th race shake. Number 1, 7th race shake is a late scratch from this 4th race. Scratch number 1, 7th race shake. There'll be a short delay. Horses being sent back to the paddock. Still dealing with that gate incident with the 1/7 race shake. Horses taken back. Rest of the horses taken back to the paddock. We appreciate your patience. As soon as everything is cleared up, we will run race 4. Calls for riders up will be given momentarily. We apologize for the delay in race number 4. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, race number 4 at Finger Lakes has been canceled. We are going to be running the rest of the card starting with race number 5, but because of the long delay, race number 4 has been canceled.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 5, and yeah, we ended up canceling the running of the 4th, so we had a little mishap at the gate. So because of the delay, we had to move on to the 5th race for medication rules and everything. So the 4th is canceled. Now, what that means in the pick 5s, if you had anything in the pick 5, all late pick 5s will be refunded. So any pick 5 wager on the late pick 5, beginning with race number 4, will be refunded. As far as the early one, it will act as a non-race, so it will act as an all button. So you would still have to get the first 3 winners to be live in the pick 5. All right, with that said, let's move along to race number 5, and we'll start the late pick 4. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered. It is a really good optional claiming allowance race, and it features our last year horse of the year, Z End. Z End over her head last time, basically, against male competition. For whatever reason, she did get bet anyway, and she actually didn't run that badly. Had the lead in the stretch before drifting in, but was going to get beat anyway by the 2 closers. So really, the whole thing nothing affected the outcome there. And I thought she ran extremely well, considering that was a much tougher spot. Well, she's in the proper spot today against fellow fillies and mares, and you would think that this could be considered a slight drop in class, and it makes her a very strong player in here. Finger Lakes Horse of the Year, Z End, currently at odds of 8-5. She's a second choice on the board. The 1 is P. Mutter Pickle. P. Mutter Pickle has been against some high-class fillies and mares during her career. She's now at age 5, and she comes out of the one other than allowance races at Saratoga and at Belmont, and she's been running pretty well. She's a 3-time winner, and her last couple starts haven't been as good, but you could consider this a little bit easier spot. One of the things, actually a couple things you want to look at here. Number 1 is the distance. She's never won at this particular distance. Seems like she wants to go further. Does she have enough sprint speed from the rail to get out there and hold the rail and get position on I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, who seems to be the speed from the outside, especially with the scratch of the 6 short shift that makes I Know You Ain't Talking to Me the speed. But P. Mutter Pickle might be aggressive from the rail. It may have to be. The way her positioning is, she may decide to hold the rail going this 6 furlong distance, and she's certainly classy enough to win this 5th race. And the other, as mentioned, the other question is the distance, because she has been running primarily route races. She cut back last time to 6.5, and it didn't work out for her. So she's going a little shorter today at 6 furlongs. At least the positive is the last couple starts that she's had at 3/4, she did hit the board. Look at the 2, Shahana. Shahana coming off a victory against the 2 Statebreds last time, so she moves the next logical spot. She probably will have to improve off of that race to win here, but it was her first start off the layoff, so she does have some room to improve off of that race. And she loves this distance. 4 of her 6 wins have come at 3/4. Yeah, the speed does come from the 4. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, but you look at the 7, Missing Fortune. She's certainly got the numbers to win this race, and she's got tactical speed to stay close as well, and a nice bullet work. The problem is she's only had 1 start in the last 2 years. Is she going to be sharp and fit enough to beat the horses at this level? She's definitely good enough, and the bullet work is promising, but again, the lack of activity is a little scary if you're backing Missing Fortune, who hasn't run since September, and that was her only start since August of 2024. So those are some of the contenders for a really good 5th race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts here. We scratch the 6 short shift.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. 5th race here at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 6. Number 1 is P. Mutter Pickle and Chris Elliott. Number 2, Shahana Andre Worry. Number 3 is Dorth's Soul Dancer, Luis Perez. Number 4, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, Michael Davila Jr., the jockey change. Number 5, Z End, Joel Cruz. And number 7, Missing Fortune, Jose Baez, the jockey. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 Fillies and Mares to go 6 furlongs in this optional claiming allowance race. Even money number 5, Z End. 9 to 5, number 1, P. Mutter Pickle. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Z End. And Missing Fortune to the outside. Missing Fortune going up and in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Missing Fortune, but it's Shahana. Shahana going out for the lead. ZN splitting rivals. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is in the vanguard as well, about a half length off the lead, but in a joint third. 5th place, P. Mutter Pickle, about 4 off the pace, but advancing up the rail. And Dort's Soul Dancers at the back of the pack and about 5.5 lengths off the lead. Shahana's on top with a half mile to go. ZN outside in second. P. Mutter Pickle towards the inside in third. Missing Fortune, the gray outside in fourth. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, shuffled 5th, 4 off the lead, and 3 lengths back to Dorth's Soul Dancer. First first quarter mile, 23 seconds, 2.5 furlongs to go. Shahana and ZN, these two spar for the lead. Missing Fortune goes wide in third. P. Munter Pickle shaking up in fourth. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is in second last as they turn into the stretch. ZN sticks the head in front of Shahana in upper stretch. Missing Fortune outside third, 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead. Then it's P. Munter Pickle fourth. 16th to go. ZN trying to shake clear of Shahana. Shahana's game, but ZN has too much. ZN now 7 for 11 lifetime. Shahana second, Missing Fortune third, fourth, P. Munter Pickle. Five, 2, 7, 1. Number 5, ZN first. 6 furlongs, 111.83. Back to the winner's circle, number 5, ZN. New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut filly by Weekend Hideaway out of the Smokin' Gal. Deborah Breed and Carrie Ann Breed, the owners. Deborah Breed's the trainer as well as the breeder. And Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Race 5 official, $3 the winning mutual, exacta $13.48, try $19.92. Dime super $7.80. Pick 3 1 all 5 $1.22. Pick 5 5 of 5 $11.50. Oh, excuse me, 4 of 5. My bad. 4 of 5 $11.54. Race 6 at Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race 6 in about 18 minutes at 3:55 p.m.
All right, coming up on race number 6, pretty good race. Z End had to get into the race early because of the four didn't really go to the lead, and our Mudder Pickle got off slowly. It really changed the pace scenario drastically in that 5th race, and Shahana was the one who ended up inheriting the lead. A good job by Andre Worry recognizing and getting that front horse to front. And Z End Cruz had to get that horse into the race to wear that horse down, and it did turn out to be a pretty good race. But Z End now was one first race this year that she's won. Of course, her last race was against the boys, but that was last year's horse of the year. She was the best in her division of 3-year-old fillies. Now she has to face the older ones that she showed. She's as good as anybody in here. We'll see her again in a later stakes race, maybe the Arctic Queen. Okay, 6th race at 11-9, never won 3 condition, going a distance of a mile. What's interesting about this race is, and you notice it when you first look at it, there's just not a lot of early speed in this race. And nobody really shows strong early pace, even for the route. So I wouldn't expect them to go too fast in this one early. Now, Rockstar Rebel is stretching out of sprints, but he didn't show a lot of speed when he stretched out before. But he's also dropping in class to face an easier spot here at the 11-9. So we'll see how he handles the distance today. Obviously, he handled it before, where he's hit the board a couple times, going routes, going a mile and 70 and a mile and 16th with Sophia Vivas. But I think the drop certainly helps. And unless he's losing his form completely, he should be awfully tough in here. He's right now a lukewarm favorite, well, co-favorite at 5-2. Nobody's really getting a lot of bet early. Renaissance Man is the 3 horse. He's actually stepping up in class, but he's sharp. He's won 2 in a row, one via DQ, the other one just one for fun. Jackie had a ton coming down the lane, just waited behind horses, and then just took off at the right time and beat up on an easier field. But this horse is just getting better and better with every race. And the final time and the number that this horse got for the last race is above most of the other horses in here, well over the Beyer par. So with the lack of pace in here too, Renaissance Man could be one that could find himself on the front end. St. James is the 5 horse. He's only had 2 starts this season. That's off a long layoff since September. He comes out of a race where there wasn't much pace either. It's kind of like this race. Rockstar Casanova had things easy on the front end, and the winner was just much the best. And that put him in a tough spot. He actually did pass some horses. So the horse ran a lot better than what it looks on paper. And he stays in the same spot, and he goes long as for the 2nd time this year with a 3rd star of the year. No excuses today for St. James. I can see this horse being in the top 3 if he runs his race. Got him 2nd. Evander Keen is the tricky one to read here because his Turf Paradise form would beat these, at least most of these. But his 2 starts here against allowance horses, let's face it, they just aren't that good. Davis opts to go to Renaissance Man. This one goes the same distance of a mile. And only has to improve a little bit, though, to be competitive after those 2 starts against allowance horses. Because they're just much tougher fields than what he faces here. But you would have liked to seen a little more from this horse in those 2 starts. So those are some of the contenders here in race number 6. I think the pace flow is really going to matter in this mile event. Exacta Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts here. Good luck.
Horses coming on the track for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Bolt to Run and Luis Pena. Number 2 is Evander Keen and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 3 is Renaissance Man, Jackie Davis. Number 4 is Rockstar Rebel, Luis Perez. Number 5, St. James and Jeremiah Flores. And number 6, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, and Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few minutes. Approach the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race 6 from Finger Lakes. Renaissance Man going up. Rockstar Rebel, St. James, and Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me to the outside. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Rockstar Rebel who wins the break and goes out for the lead. Renaissance Man towards his inside. Bolt to Run scrapes the paint. Those are the three quickest early on. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me outside in fourth. Then it's Evander Keen tucked in along the inside in fifth. 5 lengths off the lead in a space of about 3 to St. James, who brings up the rear. 6 furlongs to go, and they transition to the backstretch. It's Rockstar Rebel in the blue blinkers to the outside of Bolt to Run. And then in third, that is Renaissance Man, 2 lengths off the lead. Another length to Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Outside fourth, length and a half to Evander Keen in fifth, who's about a length and a half in front of St. James, who's at the back. First quarter, 24 2/5 as they run to the half-mile pole. Rockstar Rebel and Bolt to Run still first and second. Renaissance Man rates in third, goes to the 3 wide side. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me far outside in fourth, a length and a half off the lead. A length and a half to Evander Keen and a gap of 2 to St. James. The opening half in 48 4/5. 2.5 furlongs to go. Rockstar Rebel, Bolt to Run, spar for the lead. Renaissance Man, 3 wide third. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, far outside, 4 wide into the stretch at fourth. And then it's St. James who's winding up for the back of the pack on the grandstand side. Evander Keen looking out for some racing room. Everyone pretty much has a chance here with 1 furlong to go. It's Rockstar Rebel, Bolt to Run, first and second. St. James on the grandstand side, closing in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead, 16th to go. Rockstar Rebel gets the lead, and it's St. James surging late. Rockstar Rebel, I think, holds over St. James. That's a photo. Then it's a close for third, Bolt to Run, and Renaissance Man. Photo finish for the win. Four, 5, 1, 3. Number 4, Rockstar Rebel holds over the surging number 5, St. James. Bolt to Run was third. 4, 5, 1, 3. Back to the winner's circle, number 4, Rockstar Rebel. New York bred. 4-year-old Doc Brown gelding by 1,000 Words out of She's a Rock Star. Happy Face Racing Stable owns. Michael Ferrero trains. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Levings Racing bred Rockstar Rebel. Double $11.56, exacta 28.40, trifecta 44.80. Dime Super, $25.35. Pick four, 3 of 4, $4.45. Seventh race at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2, Magic Beach. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering, post time in 18 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 7. Close finish in the 6th between two logical horses, Rockstar Rebel and St. James. Louis Perez doing a good job reining in the speed, both to run. Did show some speed from the rail. Rockstar Rebel decided to sit outside that one and just barely carried the speed over the closing St. James. May have been affected by a deer. But a good effort by Rockstar Rebel on the drop in class. Louis Perez for Michael S. Ferraro. You don't want to get that barn going. He could start dominating. Scratch the 2, Magic Beach out of race number 7. That'll affect the pace a little bit. Got a couple classy rivals in this 2 lifetime allowance race. Start with the 6, Valentinian, who ran 3rd already in a stakes race in the Pegasus Stakes restricted 3-year-old race in the slop at Monmouth. The form is a little erratic, but he's also been against really tough competition. I like the fact that this is horse by Into Mischief, who has some pretty decent form and comes off a good second against a better field. Logical horse is Valentinian. The 1-horse Love Coin has only had 2 starts, but now we'll try to go a little further, mile in the 16th. So this will be the test. Normally that one other than allowance, a lot tougher than our straight 2 lifetimes like this race. And he did win against 3-year-olds in his debut back in March. Obviously well bred, he's by Hard Spun. That dam is a half to 3 multiple stakes winners. And Love Coin's also a half to an aspirant winner here at Finger Lakes, Listen to Your Heart. So this trainer's done pretty well with the horses he sends in as well. Look at the 7, Probability. Probability broke his maiden against state bred special weights at the mile, so he's going to have to venture a little further today. The last couple races haven't been as good. One of them was on the turf. The other one did take a lot of money, chased and faded in that race back in April. But if he can run back to his maiden victory and the races before that, he's an obvious contender in here. And he's got some tactical speed without a ton of speed in here. Remember, the scratch of Magic Beach could become significant because really the only other speed is the 3, Gallant 1. That Probability could play presser with the 3-horse, who could get brave on the front end if they let that horse go. Remember, Probability is a $300,000 yearling, resold this year for $105,000. Still a good thing. So we'll see how this one does from the outside. But Gallant 1 does look like the inside speed. He's only had 3 starts, dominated maidens against maiden claimers, and actually got claimed out of that race. And they thought a lot of this horse to try in a really tough spot in a stakes race last time, obviously way over his head. They gelded the horse, so it will be a first-time gelding for this race. But still, if he runs anything close to that first race that he had with Todd Pletcher, he's certainly going to be a factor in here. So pretty good mile 16th race. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered races 7 and 8.
Horses coming on the track for the 7th race from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Love Coin in Cabercoa. Number 3 is Gallant 1, Luis Perez. Number 4 is True Violence, Oscar Gomez. Number 5, I'm Solo and in Love, Juan Diaz, late overweight, 1 over. Number 6, Valentinian, Raylu Gutierrez. And number 7 is Probability, Chris Elliott, the riding assignment. Post time in just a few. Got a late scratch in this race. Scratch number 3, Gallant 1. Number 3, Gallant 1's a late scratch. from this 7th race. Approach the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race 7 from Finger Lakes. Down to a field of 5 to go, mile and a 16th. Late scratch at number 3, Gallant 1. 8 to 5 on both the 1 Love Coin and the 6 Valentinian. 2 to 1 on number 7 Probability. Probability to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a clean dispatch. No one really wants that early lead. Here comes Probability from an outside post going out for the lead. I'm Solo and In Love is in second. Love Coin kicks on through towards the inside. True Violence in between horses. And at the back, that's Valentinian. But Valentinian's out of last. And I'm Solo and In Love now trails the field. As they navigate the first turn, the pace is certainly controlled. Its Probability is on the point, has the lead by almost 2. Over Love Coin, who stalks in second. True Violence splits rivals. Now 3 wide in third as Valentinian backs off a little bit from the outside. Now angles towards the rail. 3 off the lead is Valentinian. And then about 7 lengths to I'm Solo and In Love, who's deep on the course at the back. First quarter mile, 24 2/5. Probability has a lead by 3 parts of a length, now a length, over Love Coin, who races in second. True Violence outside third, the opening half in 48 3/5. Valentinian is towards the inside in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead, then about 9 lengths to I'm Solo and In Love, who trails the field. 3 furlongs to go. It's Probability on top. Love Coin trying to ratchet up the pressure in second. Valentinian has saved ground on the far turn in third. Is 2.5 off the lead. True Violence is in fourth, and many lengths back to I'm Solo and In Love. As they turn into the stretch, and its Probability is the first to face us. Comes off the turn, leading by 1.5 lengths. Love Coin is all out in second. Valentinian's on the outside in third, now up into second. 16th to go. Probability leads by 2. Over Valentinian is outside second, but second best to Probability, who stole it on the front end. Valentinian second, Love Coin third, True Violence fourth. Seven, 6, 1, 4, number 7 Probability first. Time of the mile 16th, 144.49. You are reminded there was a late scratch in the 7th race of the 3 Gallant 1. Back to the winner's circle. Number 7, Probability. New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Improbable out of Perazzi. The Elkstone Group owns Amelia Green, the trainer. Chris Elliott, the winning jockey. Spruce Lane Farm, William Conley Jr. Thoroughbreds, Becker Bloodstock, and others bred Probability. $4.72 the winning mutual. Dime Super, $1.37. Regular double, $24.50. Consolation double, $7.28. Exacta, $9.16. Trifecta, $4. Eighth and final Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time in 19 minutes, 4:52 scheduled post.
All right, getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card. And yeah, that probability won that race, really benefited from the scratch of Gallant One. Was a late scratch, and a Gallant One figured to be the other speed. Now with that one scratch, probability got a lonely lead and was able to hold on. Chris Elliott very good on the front end, gets the victory for trainer Amelia Green in the Elkstone group. Congratulations to them with the victory. All right, just a reminder, we got live racing again tomorrow. Got an 8-race card with a 12:55 first post. And then Monday is our big day. It's New York Derby Day. We got 3 stakes races, including the $150,000 plus New York Derby. Man, we got some classy horses in there. 3 really good ones, plus the whole field is good. But you got 3 of them that really have nice credentials. You got the outside horse who just won the Mike Lee. He's looking for 5 in a row. You got Talk to Me Jimmy, who ran second in the Peter Pan Stakes. He was on the Kentucky Derby Trail. And Safi Joseph's got one that was the favorite in the Mike Lee. Just didn't fire that day, but it had some nice form. They're trying an equipment change, and that horse could bounce back. That one's got Irad Ortiz, top rider in the country, will be here to ride that one. So it should be a great day. It was one of the best cards I've seen lately, at least. Monday, New York Derby Day. Make sure you join us. Should be a lot of fun. We got great promotions going on as well. 5,000 claimers the last, never won 2 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. Start with the 1, Clara Vedante. He's taking all the early money, no surprise there. She takes another drop in class, shopping for a place that she could win. Started out here against allowance horses, didn't run that badly. Was a good field, then dropped to the 11-9, only lost by 2 lengths. Now, no excuses at the bottom as she drops again. And yeah, she'll be a heavy favorite right now at odds of 2-5. The main threat does look like the 6. That's TD McGee. She also takes a drop in class. Similar profile. She was running against allowance horses, dropped to 11-9. Didn't quite get there at that level, so now she'll get a little more class relief, dropping to 5,000. But she's more of a late runner, so would think that she would sit and try to pounce at this 5.5 furlong distance. I also think she's better at 3/4, but that may not matter going 6 furlongs. The class relief alone should really help the chances of TD McGee. Sugar Ride is the 3 horse. She never missed the board here at Finger Lakes up until May. Back on May 18th, she finished just off the board with a 4th, and then last time faded to 5th. So off of the claim, the last 2 races she's run with Lasix, and those were 2 of her, both times she didn't hit the board. So now they're going to take her off the Lasix, see if that was part of the issue why she hasn't run as well the last 2. I think she could bounce back, at least get in the number in here. And then you got Meratitude, who is coming off a maiden victory against Fort Erie competition. It's a little bit tougher here for Meratitude, but Linda Dixon Barn has been pretty good this year. She gets Jackie Davis. If she can move forward from that maiden victory, she can be a factor as well. She's getting play at 6-1. Second choice on the board, obviously got a heavy favorite with the 1, Clara Vedante, ridden by Raylu. Exactitry and Super offered in the last. They're about to go on the track. Good luck.
On the track for the 8th and final Finger Lakes, saw the 1 and 2. There's the 3 Sugar Ride and Oscar Gomez. Number 4 is Stella Brown, Chris Russell. Number 5 is Penzima, John Barrios. Number 6 is T.D. McGee and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 7 is Out of the Cloud and Michael DeVilla Jr. And number 8, Meritude, Jackie Davis, the riding assignment. Post time in just a few. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 fillies and mares to go 5.5 furlongs. Claimers non-winners of 2. 1 to 4 favorite number 1, Clarividente. Sugar Ride going up. Stella Brown, Penzima, TD McGee, Out of the Cloud, and Meritude to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off, taking up a couple strides after the start, Lucky and Gorgeous. It's Clarividente who streaks out for the front end. TD McGee flashing early speed, as well as Stella Brown in between horses in third. Meritude outside in fourth, 4 wide up the backstretch. Sugar Ride towards the inside fifth. Length and a half to Penzima sixth, and then a space of about 6 lengths to Out of the Cloud, who's to the outside of Lucky and Gorgeous at the back. Clarividente leads this group into the turn. TD McGee applying incessant pressure on the outside, and TD McGee sticks to green blinkers in front midway on the far turn. Third place is Sugar Ride. Then it's Penzima outside of her in fourth. Couple more lengths back to Stella Brown in fifth. Meritude under a drive in sixth. Out of the Cloud stuck out very wide in seventh. Lucky and Gorgeous still trails the field. TD McGee with 3/16 to go makes a dash for home. Has a lead by 2.5, 3 lengths over Clarividente in second. Then it's Sugar Ride in third. Penzima outside in fourth. In deep stretch, it's TD McGee. TD McGee at 7-1 wins the nightcap by 2. Clarividente was second. Then it was Sugar Ride and Penzima. Six one 3-5, number 6, TD McGee. First. TD McGee back to the winner's circle, New York bred, 4-year-old. Gray filly by Leo Frick out of Distinctive Lady. Ralph D'Alessandro, owner trainer. Emmanuel De Diego, the winning jockey. Flying P stable bred, TD McGee. Eighth race is official. Prices are pending, but was told that race 8 is official. Prices will be up momentarily. Programs for the Wednesday card at Finger Lakes should be up already or be up momentarily on fingerlakesgaming.com. Those prices will be up momentarily. Next live racing date at Finger Lakes is tomorrow. First post at 12:55 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer Bill Downs signing off. Once again, those prices will be up momentarily. Have a great evening.